investment banker with decades of experience in sustainable investment strategy. So, Sachin, it's your turn now. I want your experiences, what other co-panelists shared, and taking the cues from especially India, from the global level also. Thank you, Sachin. Thank you.
I'm audible? Yep. So thank you for this opportunity. And as you briefly mentioned, I am working as a managing partner with Unified Vision Capital. We are one of the leading investment banks in mid-sized market in India. And also have a private credit fund of our own, where ESG again is a strong theme. I have 2 decades of work experience working with global investment banks and also the private equity funds. And I have seen that ESG, which was the climate risk management, which was just a lip service 10 years back, now it is an essential part of any valuation framework, not only at the time of the investments, but during the life cycle of the asset class as well. So there are stringent quarterly norms which have to be fulfilled, and there is a regular monitoring that wherever the investment is going, there is a thorough investigation of the ESG factors on regular basis, and that the assets adhere to the compliance which they had promised at the time of the investment. So I would say going forward, this theme of climate risk management and ESG is going to become an essential part of any investment framework. Not only when it comes to the equity investments, but also in the debt underwriting. So now more and more commercial banks and the NBFCs, as well as the credit funds, one of our own, here the ESG and the climate compliance is becoming a critical factor even at the time of the underwriting the case. At the same time, you will see that even the insurance premium are going to vary with depending on if the asset or the company is compliant towards these climate changes and the risk management. So all in all, if you are compliant, you will see a superior access to the funds and lower cost of capital. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sachin. And now we go to Mr. Sunil Nambiya. He's the Head of Operations for Group Strategies, Sustainability and Communication, YCS Group, as I mentioned earlier. He got a lot of expert in supply chain resilience, and as you stated in Singapore, so I request you that how Singapore looks at these things, and you got a lot of experiences in logistics, right? Yeah, your thoughts please on this. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Venkata, and thanks to CII and the government of Andhra Pradesh for organizing this event. I represent YCH Group, which is a logistics company which started in Singapore in the 1950s. It's since grown to 15 markets around the region, including in India. Sustainability has been a key priority for us, and for 2 key reasons. I think first, I would touch on what Julie said earlier, that we are feeling the impact of climate change everywhere. Right? And for supply chains, this is more acute, this is more existential, because when supply chains are disrupted, when energy sources are disrupted, it means we cannot operate as a logistics business. So this is something that is a key priority for us. We need to look at it closely for the next few years. And we've set 2 targets in this respect. I think one of it is to get to net zero for scope 1 and 2 emissions in all our markets, including in Singapore and in India by 2040. For scope 3 emissions, we're looking at 2050 as well. So the principle we've taken for this, and very much with the support of both the Singapore government as well as the government here in India, is to start very early. So here in India, we actually built the first LEED certified warehouse across India in the early 2000s. In some of the other markets we are in, we also were the first company to bring in a LEED certified warehouse as well. So the buildings that we operate in become the key part and the most foundational aspect in terms of how we move towards sustainability. It means that our air conditioning costs lowered, our heating requirements in certain markets are lowered as well. And workers at the same time within these facilities are able to operate comfortably as well. It's a nice environment to work in. It is not hardship as well. So we make sure that our buildings are as sustainable and as ethical as possible for everyone within it. At the same time, we are also integrating renewable energy across all our operations. In my office in Singapore, in the building, we have 9,000 solar panels on our rooftops. Here in India, we are also moving towards solarization of our entire warehouse operations as well. The second is also integrating newer forms of renewable energy, including biomass, to further reduce our emissions footprint from there. The third is, if we look at it as an ecosystem, so I've started off with the buildings and the warehousing, then we move into how we power the buildings. And the third part of it is how we move goods between buildings. So in that respect, we have brought in electric vehicles. In Singapore, we brought in the first electric prime mover. By 2030, we're going to cut the purchase of all conventional vehicles and move fully towards low emission and electric vehicles. And what this means very tangibly is that we reduce our footprint very significantly across the different markets as well. But I've talked a lot about the infrastructure, but underpinning all this has to be the technology side of things. So we need to actively monitor how we are operating, what sort of climate risks are coming about as well. So what we've moved towards is the digitization of our metering. So in all countries, we can see exactly what our carbon footprint is. If we are producing too many emissions as well, we are able to look at it and then step in very closely. Although we are a private company and we have no obligation to produce a sustainability report, next week we'll be launching our inaugural sustainability report, purely on our own volition, because we see this as the right thing to do in terms of transparency, in terms of being open about our emissions. So it is an ecosystem, it is an entire architecture in terms of how we feel we should develop sustainability and how we should move forward with it. But we have been blessed by tremendous support, both from Singapore government as well as the government here in India, in terms of taking this forward as well.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for your sustainable practices, even though it's a private company. Thank you so much. Now, I want to come to Dr. Julie. As you highlighted about farmers, right? So, to get into deeper of the farmers' climate risk faced by them, as you know that CII is one industry body which works so closely on policy advocacy for the government of India and for the government of respective states. So I want your thought process and any kind of some suggestion or recommendation through CII which can go to government of Andhra Pradesh and then government of India. Anything, because see, end of the day, like, you know, the cyclones, right? It's one of the common factor now. If you see, even our travel got disrupted randomly. That's a very small part. It's a niche. But coming to case of farmers, they are the one we are here today. So I want to add on some more thoughts so that definitely we can make some record and we can make a policy advocacy through the respective governments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give it a good try. And it's not only insurance, because insurance is there when it already has happened. Yeah? Let me try and spell out some possibilities, some things that need to be done before it even happens. So there are mitigation and adaptation strategies that really need to be in place. And we all know about that. So what does it mean? That means that we need to think of how to work with the farmers for them to adapt and use different planting strategies, seeding strategies, use water differently. You know, water is pretty much free in a number of states here in India. So what the farmers oftentimes do, they just leave the tap on, that they don't have to go to the fields. And what it does is, you have water all over the field, the nutrients are all coming out, the field is totally flooded, and the crop is going to suffer. So, it is important to impress on the farmers that that is not the right thing. But then, if they have no other chance but to actually, water all the time, while they sit maybe 2, 3, 4 kilometers back at home, we came up with the idea of developing a digital tool which tells them when to water the fields, so that then they can shut off the constant water supply and only water when it's really necessary. That way, the nutrients stay in the soil and the crops have a chance to really be good crops. Then, of course, we have to think about different seedlings, yeah? All of these peach and paniri. The paniri need to really be different, because the ones that we have, for instance, if you're in Andhra and you import them from Punjab, these poor paniri really suffer on the trucks all the way to Andhra. Plus, they are not the right ones for this kind of an environment. So you need to really have paniri, these little seedlings, that you grow in some kind of a greenhouse that can be done here in Andhra, much less expensive, they're available, and they are going to be drought or whatever, climate resistant, and that is another way of them saving money and having the right seedlings for their soil. Thirdly, you have to think of what to grow, because what was possible years and years ago might not be possible now, so you have to think about different crops, you have to have different crops during different seasons, so it's a whole cycle that is really necessary to consider if you think about how to mitigate the risks of them losing their crops. So the insurance comes at the end, but there is so much that needs to be done before it gets there. So what is necessary is that you work with the self-help groups, you work with all of the communities that are there, that feed into the FPOs. That whole ecosystem needs to be dealt with in order for the crops to really have a chance to be good crops, and for the tomatoes to really have a chance not to be sold only in the village, but also to go to the next village, and for the farmers to make more money. Then I'm coming to solar water pumps and all of these things. So if there are solar water pumps and the fields get watered by those solar water pumps, the people do save money, because they don't need electricity anymore, and because they save money, they're possibly then able to invest in scooters or whatever to transport their tomatoes and potatoes and whatever it is to the next village. So there's so many things that can be done to help the farmers, and specifically the women, to actually improve their current situation. But in order for that to happen, we really need to work with organizations on the ground, and all of that takes a lot of time and a lot of people and hand-holding to actually change the mentality and capacitate these farmers who are eager to learn, because they see that they're heading for disaster and they don't have the knowledge to actually change anything. But I can tell you from my experience, they're so eager. And specifically the women, they are so eager to learn, and what they're all coming up with, it is absolutely amazing in all of India. You know, from fish farming to mangoes, to drying whatever there is under the sun, it is unbelievable. And these women really emerge as leaders of the community, help other women, and are doing fantastic jobs. So wherever you are, just think about it, reach out to the closest communities, or make sure that they get the help that they need in order to change, because they are willing, they want to have a better life, they want their children to go to school, and they are necessary, as I said earlier, for the for India to move forward and to reach the goals that they have set themselves to reach. They're there and they're eager. And I think it is for all of us to think what we can do from wherever we are to help them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jolly, on your inputs. We definitely make observations on these things so that it can go to the government. Thank you. And coming to Sachin, that because the time restriction, I want you to request to make it simple and crystal clear. How the climate risk influence the investments portfolios, especially in this scenario? Sachin, it's to you. Yeah. Maybe I think we are not able to hear.
Yeah. Well, over the next decade, the climate risk will fundamentally reshape the way India Inc. and the investors make equity investments in India. I clearly see four channels wherein there is a direct impact of the climate risk. One is the physical risk, second is transition risk, third is regulatory risk, and fourth, which is very critical for any investment decision, is the cost of capital. I'll take these issues one by one. One is physical risk, wherein there is direct impact on the asset quality and the cash flows. India is amongst the most vulnerable countries in the world in terms of the impact by the climate change. So what it means as an investor and while making an investment or incurring capex is you have to put incremental capex for the changing climate conditions because we are seeing more frequency and severity of the natural disasters like floods, heat waves, and cyclones in India. So you have to have asset class which is climate change proof for at least few decades to come. So that's number one. Second is volatility in the operational costs. So whenever there are calamities which are much more beyond the natural comprehension, there will be volatility in your operating costs. And see what it means to the business preparation going forward is that you have to factor in those extreme conditions and account for that. So there will be a direct impact on the industries like food processing, infrastructure, logistics, real estate, and even BFSI in terms of the insurance coverage they have to do to take in account for such changes which are happening. Well, the companies and the sectors which will be better prepared for the future events will be much better placed and will definitely get higher valuation than their peers. Second is a transition risk. So as we speak, the policy and the technological advances are towards decarbonization of the world. For example, there is a global supply chain pressure from the European Union's CBAM regime, wherein the heavy industries and which are the major cause for pollution like the steel, the metals, the chemicals, they have to undergo transition and become greener in their operations. What it means to them is loss in the margin and regulatory pressure going forward. The brown assets, for example, the thermal power plants, we are already seeing they are being penalized, for being in the wrong place. And there is a valuation discount which the market is putting to them. At the same time, you would have seen that no institutional investor is touching or putting more investments into the the asset class which is polluting. So this means going forward that there will be a pressure on this particular sector, and any investor who is looking to invest going forward into the future, he will think whether this asset or asset class it adheres to the global norm of keeping the climate change temperature within 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the global target. Third risk, which I feel is the regulatory risk. For example, SEBI has already put in norms, ESG norms for the top 1,000 listed companies in India. Earlier, this norm was voluntary. Now it has been made mandatory. And going forward, there will be more pressure and compliance requirements from the government body side, including SEBI. For the bigger companies, it's even more stringent because they are integrated globally. And so while they have to adhere to the domestic norms, they also adhere to the global norms of the West.
Sachin, with the time restriction we have, because we have something to do, so I want to finish it off here.
Okay, so I'll just summarize So in terms of regulatory risk, so the companies which are adhering to those plans and preparing in advance, they will definitely trade at a higher multiple. And fourth, which is the most critical, for my discussion point, is the cost of capital. Very close to my heart, being an investor myself, I know that if you are climate change and ESG compliant, you can get longer debt at a lower cost. You attract superior equity capital, which again comes at a lower cost, and you get lower insurance premium. So all in all, it means that your cost of capital is going down, and the market will provide premium to the valuation. So ESG and climate change risk matrices, they are not just a lip service or ESG norms anymore. They are going to change the way we are going to invest, and they are the valuation drivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sachin. And may I now invite CII, where they are prepared to release two important reports. One is on resilience framework of Eluru and West Godavari districts. And the second one is on building climate resilience for Indian industry. And I request the technical team to keep the QR codes ready. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the report on disaster resilience framework of Eluru and West Godavari district. As you can see that we have a QR code on screen. You can scan this QR code and download this report. Let's have a big round of applause. We also have the launch of a second report. The second report is on building climate resilience for the Indian industry. Can we please present the reports? Once again, as you can see on your screens, we have the QR code. You can download this report by scanning this QR code. Building climate resilience for the Indian industry.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for your insightful the key examples what you have shared with us definitely will give a lot of deliberations and to the government through our policy advocacy through CA also. And today's discussion, which is centric on the climate risk, is a very big business risk, right? But also that resilience can become a strategic opportunity for Indian enterprises. So the climate intelligence and early adaptation are essential for competitiveness. And this business can integrate climate risk into strategic planning, supply chains, and value creation models. And I represent Avera, where under manufacturing electric scooters, our own journey from pandemic resilience to global climate dialogues has shown us when businesses, policies, and come together, sustainability becomes a multiplier of growth. I hope today's discussion inspires, and much more collective action. Let us move forward with a collective commitment to build a climate resilient, competitive, and sustainable Indian economy. And I request CII to take this forward. CII, please.
Thank you, Session Chair Dr. Venkatramana, for moderating this session and for your valuable inputs and engaging our eminent panelists in the deep conversations. Thank you so much for your insights. And now may I request you in your capacity as Session Chair to kindly do the honors in presenting the mementos to each of our speakers as a gesture of our appreciation for their time and expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to join me in giving a big hand to our panelists. I request the other speakers to kindly come forward. And at the end, we'll also have a group photograph. And on behalf of CII, may I invite Ms. Seema Arora to please join us on stage and present the memento to our session moderator. May I request session moderator Dr. Venkatraman to please come forward for receiving the memento. Sir, please, we'll have a group photograph. Requesting all the speakers to kindly come forward for a group photograph. May I request our speakers to please join us for a group photograph. And with this, we conclude the first session of second day of the summit. We will be moving on to our next session. We'll request you to kindly be with us while we just take a few minutes to make the necessary table arrangements. Thank you. Shimla, Minister in the center. By Honorable Minister Shri Nara Lokesh, and also be moderated by the President of CII. We will begin this session in just a few minutes from now. May I request all to kindly take your respective seats and settle down. We will be beginning this session very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to start the session. Once again, if I may quickly ask everybody to settle down and take their respective seats. Especially people at the back, if I may please request you to take your seats.
Are the result of our choices. Can better choices rewrite the future? That is the question we ask ourselves every single day at EcoRem. The more greenhouse gases we emit into the atmosphere, the more the planet warms. Unless we reduce these emissions and return closer to pre-industrial levels, rising temperatures will continue to have a profound impact on our planet. Today, electricity and heat production are responsible for roughly 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Industries add another 24%. Agriculture, forestry, and land use account for 22%, and transportation contributes nearly 15%. We have addressed some of it so far at EcoRen by building large-scale wind, solar, and hybrid projects across India. But now we're ready to go further to take on this challenge at a much larger scale.
And a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our session on AI and future of jobs, turning disruption into opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to Shri Nara Lokesh, Honorable Minister for Human Resources Development, IT Electronics and Communication, RTG, Government of Andhra Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you for joining us for this session on AI and the future of jobs, turning disruption into opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please also join me in extending a very warm welcome to Ms. Devjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow, Niti Aayog and Chief Architect of Niti Frontier Tech Hub, who will be joining us virtually. Our panelists, Professor Soumitra Datta, President, Portulans Institute and former Dean, University of Oxford and Cornell. Dr. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director from the World Economic Forum. Mr. Joe Depa, Global Chief Innovation Officer, Ernst & Young from the United States of America. Ms. Sharon Buteau, Executive Director, Lead Kriya University. And our session moderator, Mr. Rajiv Memani, President of CII. May I please request you to give a very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable Minister, our session chair, and also to all our eminent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is reshaping work, automating tasks while creating new roles, and this session will define strategies for businesses to harness AI for productivity and new value creation. This session will explore models for large-scale reskilling and frameworks for a human-machine balance and turns workforce disruption into inclusive, opportunity-rich growth. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I will now request our session chair to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate this session. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this important session on AI and the future of jobs, turning disruption into opportunity. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept. It is transforming how economies function, how industries grow, and how societies create value. The question before us is not whether AI will change the world, but how we can shape this change into an opportunity for inclusive and sustainable employment. It is my privilege to welcome Sri Nara Lokesh, the Honorable Minister for Human Resource Development, IT, Electronics and Communication and Real-Time Governance, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Honorable Minister, we are honored to have you with us. Thank you very much. I would also like to congratulate you for your visionary leadership in making Andhra Pradesh a national hub for digital transformation. And in the last few days, having experienced what's happening, and interacting with you, your Honorable Chief Minister, I think what you're doing is way ahead of what many parts of the world are doing. So congratulations, and also for the landmark data center, the $15 billion investment by Google in the state, I think which will strategically so important to position AP as the future AI capital for India. A very warm welcome to Ms. Debjani Ghosh. She's on the screen here. Distinguished Fellow at NITI Aayog and Chief Architect of the NITI Frontier Tech Hub. She joins us virtually. She is a very well-known face, and her leadership in driving for India's frontier technology agenda and in building a strong foundation for AI-led innovation and competitiveness. I am equally pleased to welcome our other panelists, Professor Soumitra Datta, President, Portland's Institute, US, founder of the Global Innovation Index, and former Dean at Oxford and Cornell Universities. Mr. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director, World Economic Forum. Mr. Joe Deppa, Global Chief Innovation Officer, EY. Ms. Sharon Butau, Executive Director, Lead at Kriya University. The title of our session today is AI and Future of Jobs. For many, this phrase sparks immediate anxiety. Will my job survive? The narrative is often of replacement, fear, and a looming job apocalypse. Yes, when we look closely at certain sectors across India, the picture is far more encouraging. I have felt that AI is a great amplifier of human potential if we can get it right. So it can help in making jobs for better and smarter. This is not a story of replacement, it's a story of reimagination of tasks and workflows. Think of AI as a powerful enabler, offering a massive national productivity boost. And we could call this the AI dividend. At the CII Partnership Summit, we would like to present 4 elements of this which are essential to capture this dividend. First is AI is our co-pilot, not our replacement. AI can automate or simplify nearly 2/3 of the tasks we perform every day. That is equivalent to giving every knowledge worker an additional 8 to 10 hours a week. The real challenge ahead of us is not mass unemployment, but a mass mismatch between the skills people have and the skills the economy will demand. Addressing this mismatch must become a national priority. The second thing is let's stop testing and start transforming. We will be releasing a report, CII, in partnership with EY, on the report called The AI of India, and is India ready for agentic AI? And what we saw was that half of the enterprises have multiple use cases already in production, not just in pilot mode. But more than 95% of companies spend less than 20% of their IT budgets on AI. And there is a lot of excitement in almost every organization to try and see how they can use AI not only just for optimization, but also transforming their business models. And I think the state of Andhra Pradesh is probably a great example of how they are leveraging AI and data to make the quality of decision making much, much, much better. The third thing we are saying, partnerships are a foundation of success. Today, 4 of 5 industry leaders are partnering with platform providers and service partners, and nearly 60% are co-innovating with startups in generative AI. There are 3 kinds of partnerships which are very, very important. First is the innovation partnership between industry and startups, talent partnerships between industry, universities, and academia, policy partnerships amongst industry, regulators, and policymakers. The fourth thing that we want to present is skill is non-negotiable. Talent remains at the heart of this transformation. Almost 60% of the business leaders that we studied in the report are already experiencing difficulty in hiring the right AI skills. So reskilling is no longer just a matter of for HR departments, it's a national mission. And we must ensure that we provide basic AI literacy to everyone, enabling safe and productive use of AI tools, build deep technical expertise in data, AI and AI safety, and create new roles for domain experts. In CII, we are working towards reskilling workers of a number of organizations through our Center of AI and our COEs on skills. Over 10,000 MSMEs have been trained on adoption of AI in the last 6 months alone. So these are some of the initiatives which we think are very important to make AI a transformational agent for India and a great enabler to India's success. I'll now invite Sri Nara Lokesh, Honorable Minister for Human Resources. Thank you. And shall I hand it over to you, Minister? And
thank you, Rajiv, for the wonderful introduction. I'd like to welcome all the panelists for coming here to Visakhapatnam. And I hope you got some time to see the city yesterday. If not, at least do it today. So I think the theme of this particular session, I think it's exciting on one side and challenging on the other side. I have always believed that every industrial revolution has created more jobs than it has replaced. My take with AI and future of jobs is we either embrace it or be replaced by it. If you look at it, there are a few statistics out there that 14% of the global workforce has to be reskilled to adapt to the changes that AI is going to bring. I'm not here to alarm people, but I'm just here to say that this is the reality and how do we as society embrace, adopt to things that is ahead of us. The question is whether we will lead this transformation or we will be led by it. So there are two very fine distinctions between these. So as a state, we have taken a very, probably a different approach where we've come up with a 3-part framework. The first is, of course, reskill, redefine, and reimagine. On the reskilling, it's very clear that by 2025, 97 million new roles are expected to emerge globally. So we as a state have created a platform called Naipunyam, which we are going to launch, which is not merely an aggregator of supply and demand, but we are using conversational AI to assess their skill level across various trades. So it could be a carpenter, an air conditioning mechanic, or even a lift mechanic, all the way to an AI engineer, and to look at how we can use online and offline courses to ensure they're reskilled and they are up to date and they are able to adapt to the changes that are happening across board. The second is the redefining productivity and human-machine collaboration. You know, honestly, AI is not a replacement to our creative thinking. So the other day I was in a university and we were talking about higher ed reforms. And the Vice Chancellor there was telling me that almost all the letters, permissions that students give for availing medical or whatever leaves, they were saying that everything is out of a chat GPT this day and age. So my concern is our creative thinking cannot be outsourced to AI. So it's very, very important to look at the fine line in the way we're going to redefine productivity and human interaction. And the third vertical, as I said, is reimagine and reimagine inclusion. One challenge that I've seen every industrial revolution bring about is the divide between the haves and have-nots. And I'm genuinely concerned, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has also raised this point multiple times, where the divide with AI should not grow. In fact, it should be a bridge and not a barrier for economic progress. So as a government, we are really excited on how we can use this AI revolution to bridge the gap between urban and rural and ensure that the underserved are really skilled. And AI enables us to build an amazing platform to do that. To sum it all up, the age of AI is here. It is not going to be a threat to humanity, but I believe it is an invitation to elevate humanity. And future will be built by us, by the thought leaders who are sitting here. I am a policy maker, I am a politician, I understand these two sectors quite well. But my ability to understand the corner of AI or where the turn is going to be is not there. But you understand this better. And all of us together should reimagine the way we're going to interact, the way we're going to do things together. And what we as a state here offer is a platform. A platform that will stand the test of time and politics, that will live its sense of purpose and ensure that the changes that we bring about is not merely cosmetic, but it's fundamental. And it will transform the way people of Andhra Pradesh, people of India will embrace and use AI going forward. So it's important that all of us ensure that future of work is not just about productive but purposeful. It's not just automated but augmented. It's not just intelligent but inclusive. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Thank you very much for your insights onto what the impact, what we should try as a country, as government, as individuals, try and see how we can get the right leverage from AI. I'll now hand it over to Debjani. Debjani, if you could, what I'll request all the panelists, Debjani, maybe you can start. If you can make maybe 3 to 5 minutes of initial comments on how do you see AI shaping up, how do you see that impacting jobs or wider impact of, and from your vantage point, particularly how government is looking at it and how government is looking at frontier technologies would be very, very helpful. Over to you, Debjani.
Thank you, Rajiv. Hope I'm audible. Respected Minister, all distinguished guests on stage in the room, a very good morning. And Minister Lokesh, I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person and experience the beautiful city, hoping to make up for it very soon. But a huge thanks to CII for the invite. Since this session is about AI and jobs, I'm so glad that, Minister, you said what you did, because I think it is time that we set to rest this debate that has been going on for a very long time on whether AI will impact jobs or not. The short answer, yes, it will. And it is important that we acknowledge this upfront, because that's only half the story. We need to now focus our time, our energy to what really matters, which is the other half of the story. How can India turn this disruption into a massive opportunity? So, as you said, job transitions driven by technology, they are not new. We have seen them from the printing press, textile automation, computers. Every wave disrupted jobs, but they created many more and sometimes they created better ones, most times actually. So the job disruption, as I keep saying, is just one half of the story. And to understand the full picture, the Niti Frontier Tech Hub, along with the industry partners, undertook a very detailed study of India's 8 million tech workforce, of which 6 million is in the tech industry, 2 million in other industries. And let me, in these 3 minutes, share very briefly what the key findings were. First, yes, jobs will be disrupted. Areas like software development, customer experience, call centers, data entry operators, etc. AI is already giving a 15 to 20% productivity gain. And we believe this will get to around 40 to 50% very soon. This, we believe, will lead to around a 2 million disruption in the tech roles in India in the next 3 years. But that is again only half the picture. AI is also creating an entirely new universe of jobs. But it's very different. The jobs that are getting created are very different from the jobs that are getting displaced. These jobs are far more specialized. So roles like prompt engineer, AI DevOps engineer, AI architects, none of them existed 5 years back. You go and search Google or whatever your search engine is to see when these names started propping up. They started coming up in 2022. And today, they employ thousands of people globally and in India. So, but what we are seeing is there won't be one single large job category like we've had in the past, like data entry operator, which employed millions of people. Instead, what we will have is a combined growth of many specialized roles, which we expect will expand India's tech workforce significantly. And our estimate is it will add around 4 million more jobs to the country in the next few years, provided the tech spend stay the course. That's a major assumption we are building in. And two, we are building the right skills in the country. So if we have to change this narrative, and I would sincerely request Andhra to take the lead in changing this narrative, the narrative has to shift from job loss to job transformation. And as we talk about job transformation, three things we need to look at. First, work will change. So we apply what we call a 3W lens. Work will change, as I've said. Second, workers will change. Today, a developer it's not going to be enough for a developer to just know coding. They have to know LLM APIs, for example. QA engineers will need to know edge case analysis, for example. So the job roles are changing, the worker roles are changing. And third, the workforce pyramid is changing. The routine entry-level jobs that you've had at the starting point, the end of the pyramid, these are shrinking. The mid-level jobs are getting way more specialized. And then there's a new top layer of hyper-specialized jobs that is emerging, AI architects, AI DevOps, etc., etc. And this is a shift we cannot ignore as we build out the skills framework. So I'll sum up by saying AI is not going to create millions of similar jobs, but it will create thousands of deeply specialized jobs, which will result in millions of employment for the country. And we believe that if we can act with urgency, coherence, our tech and CX workforce can grow from 8 million today to 12 to 13 million by 2031, positioning India as one of the world's largest AI talent powerhouse. But there is a need for coherence. And this is why the Niti Frontier Tech Hub, in its study, has recommended that we need a national AI talent mission, which is a whole of government approach that brings together the different skilling initiatives that exist in silo into a national effort. So in closing, the difference between job loss and job creation, I strongly believe, will depend entirely on the choices we make today. We have the talent, we have the scale, and I do believe we have the intent. So now what we need is urgency, collaboration, and unity of purpose. And Minister, as Niti Frontier Tech Hub, we would love to partner with you, with CII, to see how Andhra Pradesh the framework that you're building, how that can create a framework for the rest of the country to achieve this purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debjani. Very clear comments. I think very similar to some of the findings that we have in the report, that it's the nature of jobs that will change, and how, as a country, as a society, how we equip ourselves to be ready for that change will determine our future with AI. So thank you very much. I will now hand it over. Maybe we'll start from this corner here. Joe is my partner in crime in EY. He is based in the Valley. Just came here for a day. So Joe, it'll be great to share your perspective. You heard a little bit about where India is, but it'll be great to get your perspective on what's happening around the world, in the world of AI, in context of jobs and generally overall how the development is going on.
Thank you, Rajiv, and thank you for the hospitality to CII. It's always amazing to be in India, and the hospitality of the people is something that I think is really special. From an innovation perspective, I think what's important is every single client and every single organization and every single government around the world is asking this same set of questions. The speed of technology evolution is something none of us have ever seen before. And so really there's three key components that are going to be required in this next wave of transformation. One is around the digital workforce. And when you think about the digital workforce, and we're in India today, what you're looking for is digitally native and AI-led workforce. India actually has the youngest workforce and the most generative AI usage in the world. So India is really well positioned from a workforce perspective. That's number one. The second component around the next wave of AI evolution is data infrastructure. So without data, there is no AI, and the data infrastructure is so critical. That includes everything from the infrastructure that the government sets up. It includes digital commerce, as well as the network capability that is in place. And again, India, I think, is leading the way from that perspective. The third is what we've talked a lot about already today, which is, I refer to it as the innovation muscle. So innovation muscle means the training, the reskilling, the culture, the entrepreneurial spirit of the organization or the country is going to be actually, in my opinion, the most important component as we think about the future of jobs. Now, to be clear, and I think we've heard this today, I think every industry is going to have a massive transformation as a result of AI. Every industry will be impacted. We are seeing some industries impacted more quickly than others. For example, finance and professional services. Those jobs can be, those jobs today that are repeatable, they can actually be automated with agentic AI. But every industry, from manufacturing to healthcare to life sciences to consumer packaged goods, will be impacted by AI. So when we think about jobs of the future, what we think about is there's three components. Level one is humans plus AI. That's actually what a lot of us are experiencing today. We're using Copilot, we're using other tools and technologies to help us do our jobs better. Some productivity gains, some quality gains, but not significant change yet. What I think is going to be really significant is level two, which is where humans manage agents. So if you think about that, that means that you need to onboard the agents, you have to recruit the agents, you have to train the agents, you have to certify the agents. This is an entirely new workforce that doesn't currently exist. That's going to be a big area of job growth. Level three is actually where humans are managing the intelligent orchestration of agents plus physical AI. So that's when things really start to progress very quickly, when you talk about agents and physical AI. And if you think about the job growth there, for example, physical AI, we talk about the actual data required to simulate these robots. We talk about the testing required to simulate these robots, and then the certification to put these in place. Some components around sovereign AI are really critical as well. So how do you actually orchestrate that at the local level, whether it's within a country or jurisdiction? So to me, as I think about India, I think that from a global perspective, it's massively ripe for really taking advantage of this next AI evolution. You have the right digital infrastructure in place. You certainly have the right talent. And I think the key is going to be can we put together the right innovation muscle to train the next generation of workforce as quickly as possible? Because the world needs India to be successful, because that's going to be the next wave of growth from a technology perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. You're right. I think both in terms of skilled workforce and also the amount of data that we have, I think if we can tap into that, whether using sovereign data or sovereign AI or other things, and also skilling our workforce and building use cases here, I think we could at least, on the innovation side, we may be slightly behind, but at least on the use case side and leveraging that internally for our efficiencies, I think it's a great opportunity. I'll now hand it over to Professor Soumitra Datta. He is been a dean in some of the leading universities in the world and is very actively, both from an academia and industry side, very actively engaged in AI and modern technology. So it'll be great to get your perspective, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning to everyone. We have already heard a number of very interesting comments, so I'll just try and complement that with some perhaps slightly contrarian perspectives. As a professor in academia, I'm very worried when I read reports like yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, when the journal is predicting that the 2026 class is seeing the worst year in terms of employment that they have seen in more than a decade. When I look at not just, for example, there's a lot of talk of reskilling, which is very important, I don't deny that, but what about the millions of young graduates coming out of university today? What about their jobs? What about their careers? I think these are very important questions ahead of us. Now, why do I raise this perspective? And just to get you involved a little bit in the discussion, let me just pose a question to you. And this is where I want you to raise your hand. How many of you think today AI, whatever you define as AI, is roughly equal to human capability, human intelligence, roughly whatever you define as that? Just raise your hand if you believe today we are roughly equal. Okay, very few hands. In 5 years' time from now, raise your hands. How many of you think will be roughly equal? Okay, many more. In 10 years' time, how many of you think? Pretty much everyone. Okay, thank you. Now, if you look at what human beings do, we do essentially 3 buckets of things. So we interpret patterns in data, whether it's marketing data, machine data, whatever. We create new patterns, creativity that you talked about earlier, and we form human relationships. Empathy, that's very important. Take the first part, interpreting data. Hands down, machines do it better. No question about that. Creating new patterns, creativity. Maybe you have a question mark on that, but believe me, today machines are almost as good in almost every domain. Now, you still have human designers in many domains, but they often are just orchestrating the output of machines, suggesting possible patterns out there. So machines are there or better than human beings in most of that area. You might argue and say empathy is just for human beings. That's what machines cannot do. Have you heard of a bot in China called Yonsei, which is the real-life girlfriend of more than 600 million Chinese males? Now, this is not a joke. This is a real-life implementation of the movie Her, in which the man falls in love with the operating system, released in 2013. Now, you might think, well, these are funny examples, but guess what? Bots are now being used for psychological counseling, counseling teenagers, people with mental health conditions, and they're actually often seen as better than human counselors. So what I'm just trying to say is that if you look at all the 3 dimensions, analyzing patterns, creating new patterns, forming relationships, machines are actually getting there. Now, if you look at what's at stake out here, so on one hand, you have the pressure to keep on automating, improving efficiency, and that's where we talk about AI being used more and more in industry, and that's very good. Productivity is an important goal to achieve. But we also have to think about humanity. Because as machines and people become two equal resources, it is our decisions as leaders in industry and government about how do we build the balance between humans and machines. That is a very important notion, that decisions that we make will decide which way we tip the balance. Now, what is at stake out here? If you tip the balance more towards productivity, of course, in principle, you're helping the economy. And the pressure will be to, in fact, push the economy, push productivity as much as possible. That's one reason why you will see a lot of companies now slowing down hiring, a lot of companies, in fact, using AI much more to do different things in their own organizations. But the risk out there is if you go too hard on that pedal of productivity and economy goes up, you risk human dignity. Because we as human beings, our core, the industrialized society in which we live, a core element of human dignity is the ability to be able to earn a living, to be able to do a day's work, and to be able to put food on the table for the family. Now, how do you in fact balance the two is, I think, the most important decision in front of us. And I don't think, honestly, today that most companies, most national governments are really looking at that in a sensible, deep manner. Today, the often politically correct approach is, well, technology is there to empower people. It'll make you better. It'll make you, in fact, more productive. And that's politically acceptable. That's politically more sellable. Even in the tech companies, it is an easier sales argument to say that, well, technology will actually enable you and help you become better. What about the fact of large-scale unemployment? What about the fact when people don't have full jobs? That is not an unreal prospect. Look at what's happened in agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Agriculture, mechanization in the West, employment has shrunk dramatically. Manufacturing, go to the latest manufacturing shops, typically in anywhere in the world, the number of people employed has become very, very small. It's mainly robots, mainly machines. In services, today, of course, you have a lot of people employed, but the reason for that is mainly that humanoid robots are not yet at the price value point at which you can use them, replace humans. Because the cost ratio is just simply too high, the value ratio is too poor. So we're not yet at that point of replacement. What will happen in 10 years' time when humanoid robots will become cheap enough and good enough to replace replace a nurse, replace a hotel worker? That is the big question mark for us that we have to grapple with. So let me stop out there, but I just want to say that I think the real question, the real challenges out here that I don't think we are really fully addressing in government and industry.
Thanks, Sumitru. Thanks for a slightly different viewpoint. And just on humanoid robot, that's where China is investing the most. So if you go to China, their largest investment in AI is not computational AI, but humanoid robots. So that change will also come much, much faster than what we are anticipating. I'll now pass it on to Sharon. Sharon is an executive director, lead at Korea University. Sharon, your opening remarks, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Although I study technology, it really evades me. I really appreciate the comments by my panelists. Maybe I thought of providing a little bit of a different perspective, given that instead of looking on top and in the future, I look in the reality right now. I'm Canadian, but I've been in India 17 years and vastly invested in talking to every corner in the rural areas in the field and bringing back stories to forums like CII or even to the government to see what's going on. One of the key learnings, two things I learned from India. There are several decades in one country. Some people are at the forefront of the decade, like one of our panelists. I'll talk to you about the big majority are still in a previous decade that we need to bring in on board for the inclusion story the Honorable Minister mentioned as well. The other thing I understood from India is averages don't work. India, you have to look at extremes to understand what's going on in this country. So given that I'm in front of a panelist and in front of a crowd of a lot of business people, I'll focus my work on the opportunity and the productivity topic, where I work a lot in the space of gender, where the topic of integrating women in the labor force is a huge one here. So I'll focus on the positive aspects of AI is to making women more visible. I think 70% of women businesses are at home. They don't have access to networks like men do. They cannot go outside. So I have seen a lot of positive aspects to see how can women be embedded in online platforms like ONDC, which are not perfect yet, but allows them to sort of like be more visible. And if women are more visible, they'll have better access and better opportunity to markets, but also finance. One of the key things of business is you need to have access to credit and finance and opportunities, no? So the opportunity offered by women is immense. I think women can have those digital trails, women can have access to networks and opportunity, and women could be more visible. So that's one aspect I feel that's very important. I think that would also increase a lot the work for women. The other aspect that I see as well that's a huge opportunity is digital-enabled work, where a lot of the women are frontline workers, where they're ASHA workers, Angawadi workers, and they're just starting to have access to digital to improve their productivity in their work. And that also trickles down to government. The quicker that these ASHA workers, these Angawadi workers, they are your data collector, the better that will impact also decision-making at the policy levels. For the Angawadi workers, you can see as well, the better they put the systems in the dashboard, the quicker the decisions the government can make in a centralized perspective, knowing that India is very heterogeneous as well. Even ASHA workers, Angawadi workers. The other perspective that we see a lot is this: we don't think about the AI system, and this is the decade that's different than your colleague, is that I remember the first thing when we started digital AI work, we talked to the ministry matey, Mr. Krishna, our secretary. Actually, the first task he asked us to look us in the PLI scheme, the Samsung and things like that, where the government of India gives a lot of money. And we see that that's one of the areas where women are enabling the AI ecosystem by chip production, etc. One of our high recommendations is one of the areas where women can contribute as an entry point, but it's very important that they're able to escalate that system, no? So what we've noticed, and when we studied the PLI scheme, is that yes, women are part of building AI, but they're at the low entry. So our recommendations would see you need to make sure that women are not just at the, because they have small fingers and all, they can assemble stuff. How do we make sure that women have systems that enable them to grow and supervise? So we encourage the government to collect data on that front. I think that's quite critical. On that front as well, talking to the ministry, and this is a very India context. So India is a very big consumer and producer of digital AI. It's not a great designer. So, and very few women also are part of the design, and very few people in general. I think India itself designs their own maybe 15%, which is staggering. And I think that's where an area where you need to integrate and be more exclusive. Not only women, even people from remote communities, tribal areas. I've seen fabulous examples from that front. Lastly, I think one of the areas where we see a lot, and we call it maybe digital embedded work, and that relates to the colleague from Ernst & Young, where you see that there's a whole movement of gig economy happening in rural areas where, and it's a fabulous initiative from the Bashini, the Indian government, to try to democratize AI through languages. And I don't know if everyone saw the movie Human in the Loop recently, where they showcase that this allows women to be able to do work in their phone here. They can do maybe 10 hours of work when they can, when they're available in their local language. It also helps to integrate, making sure that biases that are in our regular work are not integrated in AI or digital, because I think the speed of AI and digital goes very quickly. So this is actually a great opportunity to make sure that we don't repeat that online. I think those are the opportunities, and we are working as well to make sure that women have starting to have, it's not only having access to a phone. I see a lot of this initiative from the government say access to the phone. You need opportunity, you need initiative, you need support. And we've learned from some systems as well, like the government said, we will give a phone, but those phones break. Those phones need investment in data points every month, no? Those phones also need to be replaced. And that's critical as well to see. So there needs to be a whole big portion of India that needs to be integrated in all of that digital AI ecosystem there. I'll leave it to my colleague somewhere else, and a pleasure to connect, yeah.
Thanks, Sharon. We're sorry to interrupt, but we were running out of time. Jeremy, you're the last one. So my only request is if we can make it short. Sorry for this, but I know the minister has to leave, so thank you.
Both of us have
That's right. So actually, I think I'm supposed to join the minister shortly, and I'll come to that at the end. So first, it's really a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the hospitality of the government in Andhra Pradesh, of our partners at the CII, and all the people that I've met during the visit. I'd like to start with the challenge. We've heard a little bit on the numbers in India from Joe, also what that means in finance and professional services. The World Economic Forum has done research looking at 1 billion jobs globally. We interviewed 1,000 large companies across 55 countries and understood what this means for the future of their workforces. And what we saw is that we will lose roughly 92 million jobs in the next 5 years. 90 million jobs will disappear in the next 5 years. And that isn't even before we talk about all the jobs that need to be reskilled. But the good news is there's an opportunity to create 170 million new jobs. But those new jobs won't come on their own. It will take conscious action. It'll take programs from employers in how they design, how they reskill their resources. It'll require partnerships between universities, corporations, and the state to prepare the next generation of talent for those roles. It'll also mean that we actually have to adapt to a new workforce, because many of those jobs won't come from the large traditional industries. They'll come from entrepreneurs. And those entrepreneurs will need new support networks. They'll need digital public infrastructure, building on what you have in India here with Aadhaar, UPI. But we'll also need a digital infrastructure that allows for cybersecurity, that allows for SMEs to be able to scale and unlock capabilities. So all those things are going to come together. So massive challenge, but also significant opportunity that requires conscious action. Now, one of the reasons I'm here today in Andhra Pradesh is because we think that Andhra Pradesh will be a hub for this future vision of how to create an economy that brings dignity and opportunity to employees. We look at programs like the Naipunyam with the expertise that will actually have a skills database that we can actually train workers. We'll be launching today a Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, focusing on energy and cybersecurity. Because before you get to the AI and before you need the data, you need the energy to actually power the data centers, to power the algorithms. And you also need to make sure that it's secure. And this is one of the reasons we focus on cybersecurity. There's roughly 4 million jobs that are in shortfall today in cybersecurity. So this creates an opportunity for new workforces, new roles, and new opportunities. And last is we really appreciate, I think there's roughly 70% of the graduates here in Andhra Pradesh are focused on STEM roles. That will prepare them well to enter the new workforce, but they'll also need to be continuously skilled, continuously updating their education in those opportunities. And this is something that we look forward to partnering with Andhra Pradesh to help prepare that future workforce, to help prepare the future economy. And I think together we can contribute to a nation and a global economy that's more prosperous, more equitable, and more meaningful for everyone in it. So thank you, Rajiv, and thank you to the Minister for hosting us here today.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you've heard different perspectives, different dimensions of this. And I know you have a grand vision, and the state has a grand vision on how you leverage AI, technology, various new themes that are coming around the world. So one is just general thoughts on what you've heard, but also I'm particularly keen on, for AI to be successful, how do you capture data? And what are you doing as a state to be effective from a data standpoint?
Well, after the session, I thought I'll have some answers, but I walk out with more questions. Thanks to Soumitra here. But the points raised are very valid. I think we need to think through the nuances as we go about, doing what we are supposed to do in this industrial revolution. See, as a state, we are talking about energy transition. It's easy said than done, because wind speeds predictability, cloud formation, so solar efficiency, then your ability to sort of pump up traditional forms of energy to sort of give the transition, especially with data centers that require higher reliability, is a big challenge. And that is exactly where we're using AI. Our ability to predict, understand this. In terms of state, we are one of the very few states, and I was actually quite pleasantly surprised that I had counterparts in Australia at the state level who have something called Minister for Customer Service. It's similar to what we are trying to achieve in real-time governance, is how do you deliver governance at the doorstep of the citizen whilst keeping in mind the entire data that we are able to capture and give a much more predictive analysis. So a great example of that is how we've handled the recent cyclone, which we thought will be a lot more intensive, but our ability to understand where it's going to land, the speed at which, the track, we were far better than the other institutions out there because we have over a period of time built those data sets, we are able to hone on those data sets, and that will again be very core to us as we go forward. So as a state, we are continuing to collect the data points that are relevant for us to ensure better governance delivery. But then yes, we also have to keep in mind the ethical framework on how this data is going to be used and not be used against underprivileged sections of the society. So that's equally going to be important. And that is why we have something called the Core Data Authority that has the framework in place to ensure that this is not used against them. But then honestly, I think all of us sitting here are just trying to understand what is AI, its implications on humanity and how it's going to change our lives here. Definitely 5 years from now, maybe the 35th Partnership Summit that we're going to do here, I think we'll come back and reflect on whether we got our predictions right or we were off. I think because all of us here are pretty much guessing where we'll be 5 years from now.
Thank you very much. I think we are run out of time. I think only thing I probably like to add, Honorable Minister, and hearing everyone, very insightful comments from all the panelists, is it is a reality, and the question is, how do you make the most of it? I mean, you can see half full, half empty. Different people can have different perspectives. But if this is going to come, then as a country, as a society, as an organization, how do you make the most from this? Be ready, be prepared for this transition. And I think that's what, at every level, I can see that there's a worry, there is fear, but there's also some sense of opportunity of change. And I think what Debjani mentioned, what they're looking at from a government standpoint, if they're able to create that institution, that will be really good. So before I let you go, CII, in partnership with EY, we have put together a report, and we would be really grateful if you could launch the report, which captures the present state of agentic AI in India.
May I invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee and Mr. Hari Balaji, leader EY India's Center of AI Excellence, to please come on stage for the release of this report. Ladies and gentlemen, this report is on AI. Is India ready for agentic AI? Ladies and gentlemen, the report on AI is India ready for agentic AI. Let's have a huge round of applause for the release of this very important report. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for doing the honors in releasing this report. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite Dr. Mrs. Suchitra Kela, Vice President of CII and Co-founder and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech International Limited, to kindly come on stage. We have the MOU exchange between CII and Bharat Biotech Limited. I request Ms. I'll request Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of CII, to kindly join in for the MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this is between CII and Bharat Biotech Limited. Through this initiative, CII Bharat Biotech will equip 30,000 youth in Vijayawada with soft and employability skills and provide career counseling and placements over the next 5 years. This is being done under the gracious presence of our Honorable Minister, the MOU's exchange between CII and Bharat Biotech Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We will now present the mementos. May I please request President CII to kindly do the honors in presenting the mementos. May I request Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee to kindly say a few words on the report. May I please request President CII to kindly present a memento to Honorable Minister. Let's have a huge round of applause for Honorable Minister. He's indeed given a lot of his precious time and been deeply involved and participated in the sessions, giving his deep insights and guidance. He's doing the honors of presenting the mementos to all the speakers.
After you're done, I just want to make it small.
I request our speakers to kindly come forward. May I please request speakers to kindly come forward for the memento presentation. May I request Ms. Sharon Buter to please come forward for the memento presentation. Can we have the applause going, ladies and gentlemen? And request President CII to please do the honors in presenting and while stating Honorable Minister. And Honorable Minister has decided that he will instead felicitate President CII, as he says he's the host. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Before we conclude this session, I just want to invite Dr. Mrs. Suchitra Kailash. She would be saying a few words regarding this very important MOU exchange. Madam, may I please request you to say a few words?
I just would like to make a small remark to the Honorable Minister and to the Government of Andhra Pradesh. Yesterday I had made a statement about our commitment in ensuring that we will participate in skilling and livelihoods and employment generation for the state of Andhra Pradesh. And here is, today we have just demonstrated a very small step in that into that goal of ours, and we will extrapolate it further going in the few years, in the following years, to take it as much as possible in order to upscale, skill, create livelihoods and employment for the youth and women of Andhra Pradesh. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your time in accommodating this request for us. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suchitra Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the session and we'll be immediately moving on to the valedictory session which will be happening here in this hall. So you all requested to kindly remain with us and we will just make the necessary table arrangements before moving on to the valedictory session. Can you kindly not switch off this mic, please? We are now going to start the valedictory session. May I please request people onto my left not to crowd this area? We have the Honorable Chief Minister arriving in just a few minutes to this stage. So I'll request people onto my right, onto my left to kindly clear this area, and also people at the back, if I may request everyone to kindly take the respective seats.
Check, check. Check, check.
Please don't switch off the mic on this podium. Kindly let it be on.
Hal. Check, check. Test, test. Check, check, check. Test one. Test one.
will be commencing the valedictory session in just a few minutes from now. Honorable CM of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji, will be joining us for this valedictory session along with a host of esteemed dignitaries. We request you to kindly settle down and take your respective seats, especially people in the front. If I may please request you to take your respective seats. We will begin the valedictory session very shortly, in a few moments from now. And just a gentle reminder to all to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of the valedictory session. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
కాంటాక్ట్ నెంబర్ నేను అక్కడ పెడతా అంటే అందరూ ఆన్లైన్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ I am not discarding this copy in case you also are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been informed that Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh is just about to reach and will be joining us at the plenary hall for the valedictory session. We once again request you to please settle down, and a gentle reminder to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of the valedictory session. A very warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries who have joined us for the valedictory session. My request to you all to please welcome them with a big round of applause.
In Andhra Pradesh, tomorrow takes shape. Here, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. This is Andhra Pradesh, shaping the future. Where every sunrise sparks a new idea. Where tradition meets transformation. Where imagination becomes infrastructure. From water, we build resilience. From energy, we build hope. This is where impossibility turns into invention. Where quantum dreams power real worlds. The future is engineered here. From AP to AI, we power intelligence with intent. Where data learns and dreams accelerate. Where innovation becomes identity. From textile looms to turbines, from food to future tech, we make in Andhra Pradesh. Today, we build for tomorrow in electronics, aerospace, and space. The world's factories of the future are taking shape here. Our ports, rails, and roads drive growth. But the new Andhra Pradesh builds beyond connections. It builds convergence. Efficiency is our new infrastructure. At the heart of Andhra Pradesh rises a city of the future, Amravati, rooted in heritage, designed for tomorrow. A capital shaped by ideas, not just buildings. Governance in Andhra Pradesh runs at the speed of trust, where decisions are digital. Delivery is real. Swarna Andhra 2047, a promise powered by people and led with vision. Andhra Pradesh, shaping the future.
Coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being so patient and being with us. We will commence the valedictory session with on the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji. He will be joining us in just a few moments from now, and then we will commence the valedictory session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the valedictory session of the Partnership Summit, of the 30th Partnership Summit, and it's a great pride, pleasure, and honor to welcome our Honorable Chief Minister once again to be with us. It's actually spent the last 3 days completely with all delegates, with all members who have approached him. I think he has not regretted to anyone to meet, but he has given time, he has given space, he has interacted, and he spent that type of time. And this is just amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming warmly the Honorable Chief Minister, the host of the Partnership Summit. Honorable Chief Minister, you and your colleagues in Andhra Pradesh have really, under your leadership, laid out the red carpet for business and laid out the red carpet for Indian as well as global business. Sir, through your leadership, we have seen partnerships developing between global businesses over here in Vizag. We have seen partnerships develop in the Partnership Summit between Indian and the global businesses. We have seen B2B as well as B2G partnerships, lots of governmental interactions between your government, other government, our government of India, and of course with even some of the other states of other countries participating in that. So we have seen partnerships also in terms of how business, the think tanks, the experts, the governments partner in terms of creating livelihood, in terms of creating partnership for education, in terms of creating partnership for health. And in fact, we have seen how we can leverage technology and technology partnerships. So it's all been about partnership, but these partnerships would not have been possible to have been initiated without the phenomenal care, warmth, leadership, and hospitality that you really meted out to all of us and everyone present in this hall, and also many who have come and visited you. What an outstanding dinner, sir, it was last night. It enthralled everyone. We were all delighted that you have personally given so much of attention. And today in this hall, if you ask many of our guests who are seated with you on the dais, sir, they know what Araku coffee is. And they are taking bag full of Araku coffee back home, sir. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hear some of the feedback from some of our countries who are present here as to how things went and how it is. And then we will, of course, listen to our Honorable Chief Minister. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for being with us for the last 2.5 days, which has been outstanding. Your participation has been the most important part also of this beautiful journey which we have embarked upon in terms of looking at India and looking at Indian states positively. Thank you very much. I'll first turn to our speaker from Germany, Dr. Rodney Rivera, the Cluster Coordinator, Private Sector Developments and Skilling and TVET, one of the very important facets that was talked upon. And I know Germans did great business during the Partnership Summit over here. Rodney, would you like to come up here, Rodney? Come up here. Would you like to come up here, Rodney? Yeah.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, Honorable Chief Minister and fellow panelists. It's a great honor to be here. It's been, in my view, a very great event. We have managed, along with my team from the GIZ, to meet with a good number of very active and very interested businessmen. So from that view, it's been a success. And the GIZ has been and will continue to work in Andhra Pradesh. I think we currently have 7 projects or 8 projects ongoing in the state. We have a project, for example, working in agroecology to reduce the carbon impact of rice farmers. We have a project that is working on the 500 gigawatt target for renewable energies in India. I think we heard that AP has set the target of 160 gigawatts from this state alone. And for that, we have been here to make connections for the platform for investment in renewable energies that the German government and the Indian government has launched last year. We are building that up to help the state to reach its ambitious targets. We have other projects that are ongoing, and we look forward to continued great cooperation and great work with the government of AP. For the CII organizers, I just have to say hats off. It's been a very, very impressive logistics operation that they have done. They have brought together leaders from all over the world, in fact, to help to promote business and to bring business forward in the development of the state. And thank you once again for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Rodney. I'll stay with Europe and go to Netherlands, the Netherlands-India Chamber of Commerce. Chair, may I request Dr. Edith Nordman. Edith, please.
Honorable Chief Minister, distinguished guests, it has been a privilege to be part of this dialogue here in Andhra Pradesh, a state that is clearly positioning itself at the forefront of India's next phase of industrial and technological growth. The government here distinguishes itself with the Chief Minister and his ministerial crew that they are willing to listen to the business community and the entrepreneurs. And by the way, I have learned a new word here, which I will take home, which is the Andrapreneur. And this vision really is not only a vision showing it, and that's definitely something that I'm bringing home back to the Netherlands, that it is amazing to dream, to have a vision, but this government and this chief minister is also making it happen. He has shown to have done it, and he will do it again. And our politicians can definitely learn from Andhra Pradesh and these inspiring leaders. And it is highly appreciated and seen how vigorant and energizing the atmosphere is here, because quite honestly, to tell you the truth, when I first heard that the CII Partnership Summit would be in Andhra Pradesh, I first didn't understand until I reached here and I sensed the energy. And I'm sure that we from Europe not only can learn from this political leadership, but also do a lot of business together, bringing Europe and the Netherlands and Andhra Pradesh together and making it happen, because this is really where not only the ease of business is, but definitely the speed of business. And I've never heard and seen a state that says we will listen to you and make sure that the laws will adapt in a way in which we will make business possible. And that's something which is highly inspiring. I want to thank this enormous leadership, this inspiring leadership, and also CII for bringing the summit here. It has been highly inspirational, and I'm energized going back and taking business back to Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edith, for those wonderful words. I now turn to the other part of the world and go to another friend of India, Jody McKay, the Director of Australia-India CEO Forum and Business Council of Australia.
Thank you very much, Tandrajit. I want to start, Chief Minister, by acknowledging you and thanking you so much for hosting all of us here today on behalf of the Business Council of Australia. Just the energy that has been demonstrated by this state in terms of moving forward economically has been so inspiring. We are an MOU partner with the Confederation of Indian Industry, and so this partnership summit is important to us. To you, Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Menon, thank you so much for the friendship, the commitment that you give us as a partner of CII. We are greatly appreciative appreciative of that. And that is important because our two governments are engaged right now in negotiating the second stage of our free trade agreement. That is only possible when you have business working together. This could not have come at a better time for us because our Consul General, who is here with us today, hosted Minister Lokesh in Australia 3 weeks ago. I was very fortunate to be able to take him on the beautiful Sydney Harbour with our wonderful Harbour Bridge and Sydney Opera House, and I know he was impressed. But I come here and I see the beauty of Andhra Pradesh and your coastline, which is just breathtaking. So it's not just the beauty of this state, it is also the economic potential and the hunger that Andhra Pradesh has demonstrated to take forward this state. So again, Chief Minister, I thank you and the Andhra Pradesh government for hosting us. On behalf of Australia, thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much, Jody. Now we move back to New Zealand, the neighbor, and I have the pleasure and honor of having our minister from New Zealand, His Excellency Mr. Todd McLay, to give his remarks.
Well, namaste, kia ora, good afternoon, and may I also start by thanking you, Chief Minister, for the gracious hospitality not only you and your government have shown us, but all of the people of this beautiful city and this wonderful state. It didn't take me long to get here, only 30 hours on the aeroplane from New Zealand. And when I arrived at the airport, the colour and vibrance and the wonderful welcome that we received was heartfelt. And so a gracious thank you, not only from the government of New Zealand, but for the people. Can I congratulate you on an exceptional 30th hosting of this important event? It really is known around the world for being exceptional and driving great thought and direction when it comes to trade and some of the challenges that we face. But for my part, what I enjoyed the most today was the solutions that have been dreamt of, the opportunities that have been spoken of, and the real bonding that happens between the many of the countries that are here. Chief Minister, I think 19 trade ministers from countries around the world have been here in your city over the last couple of days. And each of them will go home not only with great memories, but an opportunity to talk about the real opportunity that exists here in India for the whole world. As with my friend from Australia, New Zealand is now deep in negotiations with India for a free trade agreement. My good friend, Minister Piyush Goyal, the Minister of Commerce and Industry, was in New Zealand just a week or so ago for negotiations, and I'm so grateful for the invitation to come up here so soon afterwards. The government of New Zealand was formed not quite 2 years ago, and this is my 6th visit to India during that period of time. So much that some of my colleagues think I have an apartment here somewhere that I'm living in. But we're coming because the relationship is important. We see great opportunity to cooperate. Our governments think very similarly. We are working together well on the world stage. We want to land a high-quality free trade agreement that is well-balanced, that is respectful, and offers opportunity for every single company and every single person in India and every single company, business, and every person in New Zealand. And so we're committed to doing that. You know, the world is always a challenging place. At the moment, no more so or less so than other times. But it is when governments come together and show direction, focus on solutions to the challenges that we face, that we enable the business community to stand up and do what we need to, which is trade with each other, form very strong, warm relationships, and grow economies that are good for people. So can I again, Chief Minister, thank you for your gracious hospitality, the way you've made us feel so welcome, the way you have hosted every single person that's come to this conference over the last few days. And I go back to my country to talk to my Prime Minister about the significant opportunity I see here and why we were so right to decide to build that relationship, and why this 6th visit won't be my last. I'll be back many more times. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and I'm sure that visit of yours will spark off many more 30 hours journey between our two countries by many delegations back and forth. Thank you very much for your participation. I was moving to US from New Zealand, and we were also to have here the Japanese delegation, but they had moved about 50 kilometers away from Vizag to go to a plant, and they said that whether they need to come back. We said they need not, and so therefore we don't have them because they were very keen to speak. But therefore now I come to the last but not the least, my old friend Rick Rosso from USA. Rick, do talk about your experience with Andhra, which has been a long-standing one. Rick from the India and Emerging Asian Economies Center's chair.
Yeah, thank you, CB. As a think tanker, we're supposed to be kind of impartial when we talk about leaders and issues, but it's kind of hard to be when I'm in the presence of Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, who I've known for a very long time. Back in 1999, when I was with the U.S.-India Business Council, we organized a significant foreign investors forum in Chennai. And we had all these great Southern chief ministers just as we began to see the South begin to take off. And think about that all-star cast. S.M. Krishna, A.K. Anthony, Karnanidhi. But one leader stood taller than all for his vision, for what he wanted to do for a part of the country that not a lot of people are paying attention to. 1 year later, I was in Hyderabad, my first trip to Hyderabad, in charge of the business delegation that was accompanying President Clinton for that visit. And to see that one single tower hosting the event with CII, and it was such a deep partnership we had with CII in those times, to see that one cyber tower, but in the vision about what Hyderabad could become, and to go back 5 years later and see indeed that vision had really come to pass. We're talking a lot about business here as well. But I remember, part of the reason that Hyderabad was chosen over other southern capitals was not just for the business interest, but Chief Minister Naidu was willing to cut the ribbon on, I think it was the country's first HIV clinic. And that was part of the reason that President Clinton chose that, because it wasn't just business. It's people to people, it's health, it's so many other reasons and issues. So here I am, my first time in Visakhapatnam, and hearing some of these investments, seeing some of the investments that are coming in, it is not hard to imagine that 5 years from now, this place is going to blossom just as we've seen other capitals blossom. Feels to me like Andhra is imminent for liftoff. Thank you, Mr. Chief Minister.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much for those remarks, and really going back in time, which means a lot and which shows continuity of commitment. Sir, now we turn to you, sir, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, the host chair of the Partnership Summit.
Respected Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, His Excellency Mr. Todd McClay, Minister for Trade and Investment, Agriculture and Forestry, and Associate Minister for Foreign Affairs, New Zealand, His Excellency Richard Rosso, Senior Advisor, Chair India and Emerging Asia Economics, Center for Strategic and International Studies, USA, His Excellency Jody McKay, Director, Australia-India CEO Forum Business Council of Australia, respected Edith, Managing Partner, ACG International and Chairman, Netherlands, India, Chamber of Commerce and Trade, and also respected Rodney Rivery, Cluster Coordinate Private Sector Development Skilling and TVET GIZ Germany, respected Rajiv Memani, President CII, Suchitra Yalla, Vice President Confederation of Indian Industry, and friends, for the 2 days you brought happiness to Visakhapatnam. Today you are all leaving this city. We are feeling very, very disappointed. You have to stay some more time here. You brought happiness and pleasure, and also we are very happy for your visit to our city. By this time you have experienced our hospitality. In India, I can say always, one of the most beautiful city, Visakhapatnam. No other city is comparable to Visakhapatnam. One side sea, one side hills, and also beautiful people also. I am confident nobody created any problem for you. That is the confidence I am having on people of Visakhapatnam. For the last 1.5 days up to evening, I am very happy to see that 30 ministers have come from different countries. 67 plus sessions, parallel sessions we have conducted. We have discussed business issues, social issues, and also even company to company B2B meetings also. I am confident CII has to confirm to me. You conducted so many meetings. I am very happy to announce this is the best meeting CII has conducted so far. It is at far Davos. Always our meetings so far, we used to discuss investments. Partnership means only MOUs. This time we have changed that agenda. Exchange of ideas, knowledge, what is happening globally, what you have learned each others. 3,000 delegates have come. More than 650 overseas delegates. 60 countries participation. 700 B2B meetings. Yesterday morning I told one thing. We have to learn each other, understand each other, respect each other culture. I am very happy. Yesterday I have seen from Australian VIPs having Indian saris. I am telling you, you are looking more beautiful than Indian saris than Australian dress. I am very happy. I am seeing Counsel General also. She was, yesterday I have seen her. She was looking very nice. I am very happy you respected our sentiment. That too Mangalagiri sari. By wearing Mangalagiri sari, you have become now brand ambassador for Mangalagiri saris for viewers. I really appreciate you. This is what I wanted to do always. All of us, global citizens, different parts of the world, but every country is having their own culture, legacies, sentiments. If we respect small gestures, it will go in a big way for global good and also global harmony. Apart from all these things, I wanted to reinforce now, India started economic reforms in 1991. Mid-90s, IT revolution has come. First mover advantage taken by Indians. Third one, we are having an advantage of demographic dividend. This advantage will be there another 25 to 30 years. All countries are facing aging problem. Only India is going to have this advantage for another 20-25 years. If you manage population management, years to come, India is to go play very extraordinary role globally. I don't want to mention names here, some countries. Yesterday I had a personal delegation. Some countries represented to me, we are having problem of our technical labor. If you can send your people, we will be very happy to receive them, to take them. Even by giving skills, training, everything they wanted to recruit better skills for their countries, salaries, everything. That is the strength of India. And also in India, as on today, very strong leadership. Yesterday I told you, our Honorable Prime Minister is enjoying trust of the nation. People are supporting. Yesterday elections, that is an indication. 202 seats, he has won. All elections is winning. In India, so many countries we are watching, there are problems of leadership. India is having stable leadership and very, very progressive leadership. That is the biggest asset for India. It is going to help us for sustainable economic development. This is where we are preparing Vision Vikasit Bharat 2047. As on today, we are in 4th place. Next year, we are going to reach 3rd place. By 2038, many participants are here. You can remember, we will be number 2. 2047, unstoppable, India will be number 1. That is going to happen. What we are not saying proudly, India is having advantages. We have to go competition with other countries also. All of us has to work for the betterment of the people by having proper vision and also in executing all these things. Andhra Pradesh, we are having a very ambitious plan. 2.4 trillion US economy by 2047. Swarna Andhra Pradesh is our goal. Golden Andhra Pradesh is our goal. Per capita income, we want to reach $42,000. I am confident we are going to reach it. Even yesterday I told very clearly, we are in inspiring time. Technology advantage. I have seen 3 decades back. At that time, IT. That is only starting point. Today we are in AI, artificial intelligence age. Even in Andhra Pradesh, data centers, Google has announced $15 billion data center in Visakhapatnam. Now so many people are coming now. That is where, if you can see, Andhra Pradesh can provide green energy and also cost-effective price. Nearly 5 to 6 gigawatts data centers are going to come here. Lot of demand. That is how things are happening. All technologies, blockchain, everything has come. Even quantum computers have come. You can see today, one example I am giving you. My government is totally on IT-driven governance. We are having data lake. Every citizen, every family, everything will be online. We are having Aadhaar. That is a big advantage, biometrics. Even central government data we are integrating. I can take decision real time basing on merits. I can communicate real time. I can execute real time. That is through WhatsApp governance. Even if you see here, why I am saying we are in inspiring time, historical data is available. Everyday data is updating. And also real-time data we are collecting outside, either temperature, humidity, reservoirs, water levels, groundwater, soil moisture, wind direction, wind quality, everything we can collect it now. I can take decision, I can communicate to the last mile real time. All 700 services I am providing on real time. No citizen need to come to office. Now all corporate offices were watching. Because of data center, corporate offices are going to become redundant. Data center, artificial intelligence, tomorrow quantum computers, automatically it will compute, it will be communicated to the last mile. That is how changes are going to happen. We are leading in the changes in a big way. The day will come, personal medicine, and also precision in agriculture, and also micro management of everything. These are all the order of the day. It is going to happen in future. With all these things, I am confident, all of you, I have taken a very good advantage out of it. One is your presence I am really appreciating, and also I have done very good business also. For the last 2 days, I am able to get 13 lakh crores investment, and it is going to generate 1.3 million employment, that is 13 lakh employment. It is a very good advantage for us. By seeing this success, next year also, yesterday I announced one major decision in the country. We are implementing labor reforms. We are implementing infrastructure reforms. We are implementing financial and tax structures, everything. Now one more reform I have brought, that is escrow account with sovereign guarantee. This is a revolutionary thing in India. So far, no government has taken this bold decision. From now onwards, anybody will invest in Andhra Pradesh. The day you invested, what you are eligible as incentives, it will be delivered with a sovereign guarantee with real time. That is my assurance for all of you. Now you are all having technologies, know-how, and also resources. I asked you yesterday morning, sign one MOU with us, test our capacity, then you can move forward. I am very happy. You trusted us. So many MOUs you have come forward. And also we are going to, I promise all of you, 100% we are going to clear real time. And at the same time, what all I am talking here, we are going to implement in toto. I am very happy you enjoyed Aruku coffee and also our hospitality. Yesterday evening also you have seen our dinner. At the time also I interacted with so many VIPs. Everybody showed me so much of affection and also happiness. With this, I am again asking you, reserve your tickets next year, November. Same partnership summit is going to conduct this place. Next year, I promise you, I will take you one day to Araku, where in coffee garden along with the tribals, you can have coffee. That is the experience you are going to get next year. That I promise you to take that place. You have seen our hospitality. I am very happy. We will improve further. And also, you have done good business. And also next time, I request all of you, you come with family. Take 1 day or 2 days holiday in Visakhapatnam. We will be very happy to host you. With this wonderful meeting, I had excellent, I have hosted so many partnership summits or so many festivals, so many events. Today's event has given me immense happiness and pleasure, and I wish all the best for all of you. Good luck. And also don't forget about Andhra Pradesh. Continuously we will be in touch with you. We will work together. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. The Indian business, along with the businesses from overseas, have benefited a lot. And it would be most appropriate that Indian business and Indian business lead, Mr. Memani, Rajiv Memani, concludes this session with his remarks and how do we take this huge challenge and also opportunity forward. Rajiv, please conclude with a vote of thanks.
The Honorable Chief Minister, thank you so much. You have showcased India and Andhra Pradesh in the most spectacular way. For all the businessmen, policymakers, investors, I think it's been a great experience. Thank you for what you mentioned to CB, to CII, as this being one of the best events, and partly it was that because you helped and you mentored in curating these events. There are 3 global mega trends. There is geoeconomics, geopolitics, which is driving how we build new relationships, how supply chain resilience is coming, and how advanced manufacturing is happening. There is the second mega trend around AI and technology, and the Chief Minister mentioned about what's happening in that space most eloquently in India and also more so in Andhra Pradesh. And the third mega trend is around sustainability and energy transition, whether it's the entire supply chain, whether it's green energy, solar, green transition, hydrogen. And in all these 3 areas, if we look at the entire curation of the policy that has been led from by the Chief Minister, by his office, by his team, I think the entire learning process and what's happening in India, what's happening in Andhra has come out very, very clearly. And I had mentioned to the Chief Minister what I have heard from everyone who has signed MOUs. So this is just a warning notice for all the people who are signing MOUs. So as industry, as CII, we are trying to collect feedback. What is the feedback that we can provide to the Honorable Chief Minister for all those people who have signed MOUs in the last 1 year, 12 months? And what are the suggestions, what are the improvements that we can provide to him? And the uniform response that we got was, please don't give him any more ideas. Please don't give him any more thoughts. He's running ahead of us. We are blessed to have a country where the aspiration of the political leadership of the country, whether it's India, whether it's Andhra Pradesh, is far more than the people of the country. And I think that we are blessed as a country, and the purpose and the vision that you have and the honesty of that purpose and vision that you have, Honorable Chief Minister, that gives you the energy and the clarity to execute things. So as citizens of India, as citizens of the world, we are most grateful to have leaders like you, and we feel blessed. Thank you very much. May God provide you with greater energy, greater vision, and greater vigor, so that collectively as a team, we can help you implement the vision that you have for the betterment of the country, betterment of the world, and betterment of the citizens. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for your extremely inspirational and notable valedictory address. Your deep involvement, commitment, continuous guidance and encouragement has been the founding stone for this resounding success of the 30th CII Partnership Summit. Honorable Chief Minister, may I kindly request you to present the mementos to all our esteemed foreign dignitaries on the dais. Sir, may I request you to kindly present the mementos to all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. And I request our foreign dignitaries to kindly come forward for a photo op. Can we have a huge round of applause? Felicitating our foreign dignitaries with a memento as a token of our gesture, as a token of appreciation. And as a gesture of our Indian hospitality. May I request our foreign dignitaries to please come forward for receiving the mementos from the hands of our Honorable Chief Minister. May I request our esteemed members in the audience to continue with the applause. May I request our other foreign dignitaries to please come forward. A huge round of applause for this special gift. And it's a beautiful handloom sari being presented to our honorable dignitary, and it is indeed so beautiful. Traditional handloom sari from Andhra Pradesh, being specially gifted to two of our female dignitaries, foreign dignitaries, so that they can carry a piece of this hand-woven gift back to their own countries. The beautiful hand-woven handloom sari from Andhra Pradesh. I request our other distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward to receive the mementos. May I request everyone to please come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. We come to the conclusion of the valedictory session, and once again I'll request everyone to have a huge round of applause for Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for his unwavering support for this resounding success of the 30th CII Partnership Summit. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch. We will have the next session right here at the plenary session at 2:30 p.m. We request you to join us back for that session on civil aviation. Thank you.
Hello? So 2:45, with what time are you going to the hall itself? It will be in the same hall? It will be in the conference hall 1. I will see where the inaugural, this 350 something was there. I am near the dais there. Yeah. Yeah, I am on the left. Yeah, I'm on the left side of the dais. Yeah, sitting where Timo. Yeah, where Timo and all the all number 1. Somebody Vikas is coming.